Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. I hope everybody's had a reasonable week. Apologies for not doing a stream like last week, but quite frankly, it's the start of the semester, and by the time we got through a very, very, very dull week, actually, it was just very, very slow. Quite honestly, my brain was just mush by the end of that. It's been a little bit better this week, so not too awful. I say awful. I have a good job. It's just, this time of year is a little bit, where everybody's kind of going around doing their thing, and I'm sort of like sat in the office, having spent all summer running around like an idiot. So it can be a little bit slow. Oh, there's a lot of regulars in tonight, so welcome. Hello, Kerry, Kieran, Minty. And John is in the house, which is really cool. I was contemplating getting John on this stream because the first film is something we kind of bonded over when we first met, but I didn't want to bother him too much. But it's good to see you here, John. It's I kind of figured you might want to come along on this one. Oh dear. Hi everyone. I really enjoyed my first degree. One of the best things I ever did. Yeah, I enjoyed doing my degree, but yeah, you're going for your masters. I considered going for a masters at one point, so probably in some sort of film studies or something like that. But I A, never got round to it, and then B, sort of after I'd done all of this kind of stuff, I almost sort of went, what's the point? But but for some people, it's a very valuable thing. I just don't think it was going to be for me. Okay, no sound. No, somebody else can hear. Fine. Check your sound levels. Oh dear. So yes, two movies tonight. I was going to go with The Crazies, but as Simon pointed out, I think we did it about a year ago. Apparently, I completely forgot we'd done that because I was going to go for a bit of a John Russo, George Romero kind of thing going on, but yeah, I figured we'd change it. So we're going to go with Dario Argento's Cat o' Nine Tails. This is going to take some time. Cat o' Nine Tails is not a short film. And Midnight's a good, solid feature length. So we'll be going quite late, so we won't hang around for too long. So do yourselves a favour, and I will put the link into the chat once more, and make sure that you are on the right page and ready to go. And oh yes, Kerry, if anybody jumps in and hasn't got a link, I think I put the Midnight link in the description, but I haven't done it with Cat o' Nine Tails. If anybody asks, just let's get them on board as we go through, if I don't get to it first. So I was going to say double, triple team. There's quite a few of us in here. So not by YouTube standards, of course. In other news, I finally relented and got started paying for the YouTube Premium because, quite frankly, I was sick of the adverts. And I have to say, it's so much a better experience without the ads. It's just a shame that YouTube kind of artificially forces you down that road if you want to keep your sanity. But yeah, and I must admit, the YouTube music is quite good. Thanks for having a watch along on a Saturday, Glenn. You can get to them on a Saturday, not usually on a Friday. It varies a little bit, Minty. I try to kind of mix it up, because some people find it more difficult on a Saturday. Some people find it more difficult on a Friday, but I will try to keep a reasonable mix to make sure that everybody can at least join in once in a while. Kieran says, speaking of the Crazies, have been on a bit of a Romero tear recently. Rewatched the first Living Dead trilogy, and I saw Land of Diary for the first time. Also watched Creepshow and The Dark Half. The big gap in that one for me is Night Riders. I would love to do a watch along of Night Riders, but it would have to be a Bring Your Own Media one. But it's a good film. Quality, not quantity, Glenn. We go for Midnight or Cat o' Nine Tails first. Midnight first, Cat o' Nine Tails second. John does love a bit of Russo. It is one of those things I always say about John. One of the most relentlessly positive people when it comes to movies, and it's quite a charming thing. Except for there's Tom Hardy. Yeah, if it's Tom Hardy, then John. Yeah, suddenly turns into me. Use a blocker to remove the ads, people. The blockers are working less and less, at least in my experience. But either way, yeah, yeah. If you can get away with a blocker that's worth less than costs less than YouTube Premium, then by all means go for it. I always find the ad blockers were a little bit hit or miss, to say the least. And to be honest, I think it's almost abusive, the level of ads on YouTube. It's literally, I would say, almost a mental health bloody challenging issue. I shouldn't have to swear at my computer when I'm trying to watch stuff. We'll have to check out Knight Riders. It's a wonderful, wonderful film. I've shown it before, but the Arrow version's a very nice edition. Great story, wonderful characters, brilliant character arcs, and a nice little bit of social commentary. It's really good. It's really good. It's probably, I think, low-key one of my favourite Romero films. So I think it's actually one of the best made Romero films, or at least best written. And I obviously love Dawn of the Dead. I've got enough copies of it. But I think Knight Riders edges it out as being a particularly good story. What's the skinny on Tom Hardy not getting on with Charlize Theron? I had heard a bit about that, and apparently I think it was... there were some tensions between them, and I don't know if it was Charlize. I think it was Charlize that was kind of instigating a certain amount of that. But they've since sort of made up, apparently, from what I understand, and apologised to each other. They didn't have much. They weren't having much fun together. But yeah, typical actor type stuff, I guess. I love the main theme for Knight Riders. It's been stuck in my head for weeks now. Yeah, if that's a problem for you, then I'm afraid Midnight will really kind of push some buttons. But we will talk about that in just a few minutes. I think we will get going at 15:15 at the latest. So, like I say, just get yourselves ready on the thing, and then we'll get cracking. First movie's about just over an hour and a half, and the second movie is about 2 hours. So we've got a little way to go yet, and we'll get cracking, because otherwise it really will be midnight and I might be alone. That will make more sense to people if you haven't seen the film in just a few minutes' time. I am ad-free here on my side, but I have a history of background in the industry. You've got some cunning techniques, and apparently you're here for the banter as usual. That's fair enough. You play it how you play it. Oh dear. Yep. Kerry's got some stuff going on, so pay attention, and hopefully we'll be able to get some links. Probably when that comes close to the time, we'll get it in, get it on the Ramblaholics, and push it out there for everybody who's interested. So I think that'll be good. I will be spending my birthday this year in court. I am not on the wrong side of the dock. But yes, I've got jury duty week after next, which is going to be something. It may surprise me. I've got no idea. Oh, by the way, was Midnight a video NAS series? It is an S3 title. And for no real good reason. I think they looked at the cover and thought it was going to be a lot worse. But there you go. I was explaining to my new line manager some of the stuff I do with this kind of thing, because she likes movies, and we ended up sort of talking a little bit about kind of video nasties, and it was like, no, that's not actually a video nasty. What you're talking about there, the real risk of becoming a complete bore on that stuff. But yeah, if it's not video nasties, it's astrophotography with me, I'm afraid. That's what I do. It is just what I do. Oh dear, birthday is the 22nd. I'm going to do a watch along of a movie or two, yes. Jury Duty is a killer, mate. Bring some books. Read 3 while I was there. Oh, yeah. I think I might have to pick myself up a power bank so I can take my tablet with me. Because I think that's going to be just arse paralysing. Is jury duty mandatory in the UK? Yes. At the penalty of a £1,000 fine if you miss it and you don't have a suitable excuse. I don't know what it's going to be, to be honest. It's a Crown Court, so it's going to be like kind of... it could be anything from like property crimes like burglary and that kind of stuff to assault, murder, all those kind of things. So it's not like, well, we kind of sat there judging someone for parking inappropriately. So I mean, there's no guarantee that I'll even be called in, but yeah, I'd rather not. But they go, oh, it's a duty, you should be pleased to do it. It's like, well, there's a lot of things that are a duty that are not pleasurable to do, like paying your taxes. So, so there you go. Movies and astronomy better than me. All I ever bang on is about is the former. I got into the kind of photography sort of end of things because of being bored in COVID and all that kind of stuff. But it's the sort of hobby you pick up when you're a bit older, generally speaking. Not to say it is an old person's hobby, but that's when you tend to have the money to be able to buy the equipment. Apart from anything else, not that you need the most expensive. You can be really good with very cheap stuff, but especially when it comes to the astrophotography, and that is expensive. There are ways to do it relatively cheap, but not necessarily. Do you have any recent film pickups, Glenn? I think Second Sight are smashing it at the moment with their blue and 4K releases. I haven't picked up much. I did actually pick up not a movie, but I did pick up a PS2 game, Evil Dead Regeneration, which I'm looking forward to getting because they had it for a pretty good price on CEX. You go to like Amazon or anywhere else and it's like about 50, 60 or more. eBay, it's pretty much the same, 50, 60, 70, 80 or even more for a copy of the game, and I found a copy on CEX for about 35 quid. So I kind of went, yeah, yoink. So I've been ripping all my retro games and all that kind of stuff. So I've been playing around with a few bits and pieces on that. And I've got to figure out some tweaks because some of the games aren't working quite so well. But I've reinstalled RetroArch and PCSX 2 for the PlayStation 2 games. And I've ripped a whole bunch of my PS1 games, which is what these are. So it's like Grand Theft Auto 2 and all that kind of stuff. But the Regeneration was the last of the Evil Dead games that I've got that I haven't got on the PS1, PS2 era. Have Evil Dead? Hey, yeah, I have that as well. Yeah, right there, actually, right underneath the Grand Theft Auto 2. So I've ripped the first Tomb Raider and a whole bunch of stuff. So that's all good to go. And I've got to play around with settings, like I say. So one thing with emulation, it takes a little bit of fanning around with to get them to run quite correctly. But my brother's got like he's got the original Silent Hill, and that's another one that I want, the first one on the PS1. But it's extremely expensive to buy. I say extremely, it's it's hovering around the £100 kind of mark for the most part. Some a few cheaper. It depends on what quality you're getting. I saw you enjoying some retro games. You posted about GTA Vice City, brought back some nice nostalgic memories for you. Yes. The thing is, you can if you get hold of the ROM, if you get PCSX 2, and then just rip a cheap Grand Theft Auto Vice City PlayStation disc, and you can play it. It's a little faffy, but you can get there. If you ever need any advice on that, I'm not the best person to advise, but I can give a little bit of my experience. So a SNES game's going for €5. Oh wow, okay. All right, folks, it is actually 1:15, so can I have some thumbs up, and we will get cracking with the first film, Midnight, and we'll chat about anything as we're going along. Let's chill the fuck out and have some fun. While I'm waiting for that, yeah, I was playing some Rocksmith yesterday as well, because I've been getting into my bass playing just recently. So bass guitar over here, and I really enjoy Rocksmith. It's funny, actually, because my colleague at work says, "Oh, you'll have to come down to the music department and have a jam." I'm going, "I'm shit." One of the musical theatre lot also kind of like went, one of the lecturers, he went, "Oh, I didn't know you played bass," and says, "Yeah, I'm crap, but I just do it for relaxation," which is what I do. Rocksmith's nice, there's no pressure on me. Fantastic. Never really got into the PS1. I think you're more into it if you sort of, I don't know how old you are, Minty, but if you grew up with that, well, I say grew up, I didn't really grow up with it, but it was one of the first big boys consoles, really. You know, you had the Sega Master System, then the Mega Drive, but the PS1 was like first of the modern era consoles. So it kind of like, you know, it's got a lot of nostalgic value apart from anything else. There's a lot of crap on there as well, but there you go. Fantastic. Okay, we've got everybody's most people seem to be ready. So if you are ready, we are going to go on the count of 5 and go. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. It's that wonderful Pittsburgh aesthetic. Grainy, muted colours. John Russo, for all the criticism I have for him, is kind of an interesting character in my opinion. Certainly one of the epitomes of the independent filmmaking scene, regardless of what you think the quality of his films is, and it is incredibly variable. Playing bass guitar helps with the constipation. Yeah, it's because the fat strings really vibrate quite hard. There's a lot of crap on every console. Yes, there is. See, this scene is like kind of, you know, for the film in general can look relatively mundane to modern eyes. But I find this sort of scene really quite disturbing. There are elements of this film that kind of really do play into that kind of stuff. You know, it's got that really creepy atmosphere. Man. Locals, ladies and gentlemen. Locals. I really wish I could get rid of this stupid bloody response thing on this thing. Reminds me more of 2000 Maniacs. Yes, it does have that kind of vibe, doesn't it? There is something about Russo's films. Just the Pittsburgh scene in general kind of had just kind of had that vibe, didn't it? It's very rough and ready, and but within the confines of their budget, they usually looked, you know, relatively good, or at least relatively competent. The rough edges are sort of hidden in the kind of the haze of what these films are. Which is funny, actually. I just watched a little video earlier, kind of looking at Jason and the Argonauts, and they did a sort of bit of upscaling, but also kind of like increasing the frame rate of the animation scenes of the stop motion. and it did not look right. Well, the movement looked right. Everything else about it just looked absolutely awful. Because all of a sudden you've gone from this kind of like slightly grainier image, which really hid all the edges of the special effects and the way that the scenes are matted together and all that kind of stuff. So it looked like literally there was like actors absolutely green screening it in a very unconvincing way. So you sort of look at it, you go, on some respects it looks better, but in other respects it just looks absolutely awful. It completely ruins the film. I don't think I'd be able to watch the entire film like that. I'd rather watch it in a lower quality. So you got this sort of thing with the Pittsburgh scene as well, haven't you, with the Catholic sort of thing. George Romero had a certain amount of that as well. But it seems to be something of a concern. John Harrison's Effects is a great movie too, with Joe Pilato from Day of the Dead, just a bunch of friends who love to make movies. Oh, that sounds interesting. Remind me of that again sometime, John. I think I would quite enjoy that. Looks more like the mountains up the road from me rather than Pittsburgh. Maybe it was. Speaking of Harryhausen, sat through Clash of the Titans recently. What a travesty to end your career with. They can't all be hits, can they? Sometimes low budget can scare. Yes. Yeah. I think low budget films have more. This is just a personal thing. It's not something you can really sort of nail down. I think low budget filmmaking often has a way of connecting with the audience that a big high quality film can't. If you want a good example of that, just look at the increase in budgets of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies, and the aesthetics of kind of a more higher budget, high technology film. I do sort of hold, particularly these 70s, as being really, it is the golden era of horror films, not least because of artistic freedom, but the qualities of the films and where they can and can't, where they can go with those movies, which you can't seem to do in a lot of movies these days, mostly because of commercial reasons. How can we sell this movie if it's an NC-17 for instance? And there was, I forget which film it was, just recently had a the distributor sent it to the BBFC and says we want a 12A rating for the cinema, and the BBFC's like, this is an 18, and everybody went, just cut it. The BBFC refused to cut it. Then the distributors came back with a heavily cut version and went, can we get a 12A? They went, no, this is a 15 now. But the distributors are so focused on having that specific rating that they absolutely just destroyed the film. Yeah. You love Tom Savini's cameo in Children of the Living Dead. I think I know that's the one that you mean. Yeah. 70s horror also had Batzilla knocking around, which I suppose balances out the good run here. Dear, oh dear. Savini didn't. He openly stated he wished he'd never got involved. It was so bad. What a curious. Not sure I like this one. Just had a sip of that. We'll give it a little bit of time. Hints of toffee and ginger notes. I think it's the ginger. I think it'd be a bit more malty than it is. Russo has a lot of these characters, doesn't he? These kind of like lecherous father types. What would you guys say is a rule? It's best not to mention anything after PRP in order to maintain friendships. And oh right, okay. Excuse me. Depends what your friends are like. It really does. Some people find it very stimulating to do that kind of stuff, and even a conversation can get animated. We'll let it go. It's probably best not to do it when you're drinking. It says me sat here with beers and. Oh my god. I don't quite know what Russo's doing in this scene in some respects, because he got this stupendously sleazy moment, and this kind of very sort of chipper music in the background. There is something about Russo's camera work and stuff in this film. In a lot of his films, there's a lot of that handheld kind of like stuff going on. This I forgot about that. Jesus, she gets where she gets the radio and just knocks him out. She's like literally that kind of like. My God, he can't be a very effective policeman, can he? Really. When the criminal gives him a little bit of a bad stare, he's gonna pass out. Never talk politics. No, I think it's important to talk politics, personally. I try to do it with a certain level of civility, but also, passion. People should be engaged with that stuff. Half the problem we've got is because there's too many people who aren't engaged with it. Bonked in the bonce with a binatone, thank you. Glenn, but the batteries could have weighed more than the radio, yes, but even so, it's like, they're all predators. Every last one of these fuckers. Yes, John. All I can say, John, is it's a good job you've got a good voice, mate. Yeah, because I can imagine, I can hear you singing in my head now. Like I said earlier, this is one of the films that John and I kind of like first got to know each other over, because we were working in the art gallery where I work, and John was kind of like really well after he found out who he was, when he found out who I was, and we started talking movies, and I think released the video recently for this film, and he's constantly going around singing this song. Is everyone a sleazebag in this film? They're working on it, aren't they? Problem with talking politics, the amount of people these days who will call you in, if political views are to the right of Stalin or Mao. And it's the same the other way around. There's too many on the right that kind of like say that if you're anywhere left of them, that you're a communist or something. And that kind of stuff you can pretty much easily dismiss unless you've got some evidence to the contrary. The girls of the world ain't nothing but trouble. Joe from Reservoir Dogs. Oh, nice one, Adam. Nice pickup. But yeah, there is a genuine feeling of sleaze in a lot of these this class of film, and it's all sort of part of the ambience of it. I mean, it's a sort of sex sells kind of attitude when it comes to all of this kind of stuff. I think it's harder to get away with doing that kind of feel these days, which, yeah, to some degree is why a lot of horror films these days don't really have the same impact for me, I think, as a lot of the 70s and some of the 80s films. Not that I want a film to be sleazy, but there's a texture that's given to the film when it has that kind of aspect. John, apologise. Give my apologies to your girlfriend when you're running around singing this. She's probably going, "Oh God, not again." Few moderates and actual liberals these days, but it comes and goes. Yes, it does. Horror movies are more chaste today. They approach different things, really. There's some great horror films out these days. Got binatoned. It's that shortwave radio really gives me a headache. It's not a bad song, just a little out of place in this movie. The only thing with the music in this, and it is that, it happens in quite a few really low budget films, is that it gets overused. It's going to get a little bit of licensed music. It's like. Actually, I don't know what the state of this was. I don't know if it was written specifically for this movie, but I guess it was. But yeah, it gets used again and again and again and again and again. And it does, the music in this film is weird because it does stand kind of in opposition to a lot of stuff that you see. Leslie says, "I love the cover artwork." There's a few variants on it. Obviously, there's the original poster, which was the thumbnail for this stream, which is kind of cool. So it looks like almost like a wanted poster type thing. It's like the mamas and papas. Yes, it is a little bit, isn't it? It's a lot more sleazy and evil in Russo's Book of Midnight. You completely, yes. Music was written by a local Pittsburgh bandmate. Mentions it on the commentary. I think, okay. I've got the Arrow video up here. I'm going to have to watch it with the commentary again at some point. See, that's quite a good poster. Looks a lot older than the film actually is, though, doesn't it? This is what, 73, I think. Oh, it's a bit later than that, maybe. definitely getting older because I keep having to look over my goddamn glasses to read stuff. Must have been one of the videos I never got around to renting in the 80s. I don't really know how available it was. I think it wasn't one of the more out there ones. This guy's a real piece of work. Yes, he is. You're right, you're right. Oh, it's gonna... 1982. There we go. David Cassidy at the wheel. Thing is, I mean, aside from the film stock and kind of how it looks at that sort of vintage Pittsburgh movie making kind of vibe, the movie doesn't really look that dated. Fashion wise and all that kind of stuff. It's all pretty neutral. Anyone getting Pink Flamingos vibes? Yes. As long as there's no singing assholes, or are they just the soundtrack? They're probably not assholes. Clearly, she isn't on her own. She has two dodgy blokes with her. Yes. Oh, somebody's jealous. VHS I had was a Vipco release in the UK, awful quality. It's a white skull on the cover, if I remember. There's a lot of nostalgia around Vipco. Some of it more right than others. Because Vipco, it's all the biggest one, obviously, Driller Killer, amongst others. And the second, I think you really saw the kind of level of quality that they wanted to put into the movies when DVDs and the likes came out. Because that's the point. It's not like they really looked like they were stopped caring. But if you look at some of the VHS releases they did, some of them were pretty bare bones, to say the least. I mean, I got like the Slayer, which is the Vipco DVD, and it's pretty much most of the Vipco stuff was just straight rips from VHS, just shoved on a disc with little to no extras. You've had nothing but crap from Vipco. For one thing, my DVD of Zombie 3 was missing about 15 minutes of Zombie 3, yeah. Yeah, they didn't seem to source much of the kind of uncut versions. I don't quite know how much Vipco may have been subject to a certain amount of, shall we say, disdain from the BBFC. That is quite possible. Because it was a lot of their titles were right up there with the really controversial stuff back in the day. Dr. Pepper. Was thinking Extra was the most original of the nasties. It's very derivative, but in a kind of very cool way. I love Extra. And I think it's one of the things in all the time I've been doing this kind of stuff that's been one of the most fun experiences, was talking to the director via emails. Seemed a lovely guy. Have the Slayer on Vipco DVD. Yeah, it's my copy's up here somewhere, but see if I'm... Uh... Now, John, you might know, is that the same graveyard as Night? Virtually all releases of Zombie 3 missed out the pre-credits intro scene until 88 Films released their Blu-ray a couple of years back. His delivery is always a little bit weird in that, isn't he? He's doing that very much American preacher type delivery. Ah, yes, there it is. Oh no. Just two of the Vitco ones, the Slayer and the Burning. If I remember right, there's not an awful lot in the way of extras on that either. But that was the first time I think that you could get this uncut. But yeah, that's a very mediocre release. I was glad it is out though, you know, I mean, complain all you like, but they put a lot of those films back out. Did Vitco change hands before their DVD era? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you. I'm not at all sure. But they lost a lot of their luster when they got into the DVD market. They could have easily been like one of the first Arrow company style, or quality, I should say. Barely recall anything about the Slayer. Bland from what I do remember. It is a very slow film, and it only just sort of pays off, barely, and it is a bit of a weird ending to it. I think it's one of those. It was only a dream endings, if I remember right. But it is very hard to sort of recall. But there's some interesting sort of atmosphere to the film. It does have that feel of kind of like really sleazy sort of VHS horror back in the day, but without justifying that sleazy feel. I mean, in terms of, you know, it isn't really that sleazy. I think it's something to do with the soundtrack and the way it's filmed. I remember back in the day, Vitco did a great VHS of Shogun Assassin, then they cut the DVD release. Hit and miss. So we had to be fair. Yes, it was, yeah. Because they were one of the first to really sort of start pushing the Video Nasties re-releases, which is a good thing. Well, at least he's in the right place for it. So. They should have just made, you know, with the soundtrack in this particular scene, they should have just made it a country and western version. It's a friendly bar, isn't it? Friendly town. That's an interesting little tidbit there, Simon. Thank you. Sunglasses on in that bar, really. Yeah. American bars always seem a bit strange to British eyes. Yeah, there was a cot and there's another guy with a shotgun. Walking away was probably the best thing you should do. It seems eminently sensible to me. Who says, I did say he took a huge inspiration from Bournemouth's Deliverance for this film. Not quite getting that, but I do sort of see where you're coming from. As much as I might take the piss out of Russo, I'm kind of glad he's a thing in these movies, in the movie world. I think that's a good thing. California. Can never accept pool tables in American bars, having played a bit of snooker now. I always preferred pool. I did 2 UK snooker championships years ago. No, 3. Not played, obviously. Technical. Quite a good chapter of my life in around that era. He was passionate about Turner for Fastbuck. Most of their DVDs were authored from Video Master. Yeah, they were. Yeah. I mean, Vipco were very good at sort of getting all the, getting their hands on the titles that very few other distributors really wanted to touch. Which is kind of why they ended up with so many titles on the Video Nasties list. Pool is piss easy by comparison. Snooker, on the other hand, requires actual skill. Pool requires skill if you're playing it at the right level. My ex-girlfriend was very good at it. She'd patronise me a bit by letting me sort of almost win. I kept telling her, don't do that, look, I'd rather get my arse kicked honestly than potentially win a game because you're throwing me a bone. She's a damn good pool player, that girl. Hello, what time are we on in the film? We are currently at 32 minutes, just coming up. Going to hide round the corner when there's a mirror. He's a big boy, isn't he? This soundtrack at the moment, it is like that's what the sound of the Nasties is like. What's he doing? Just washing her hair? Well, she went down easy. Hello, Richard. Lots of good haircuts, yes. But I still maintain, the film doesn't feel as heavily dated as some films from around the time. Oh, you get films from the 90s, and my God, do they feel like the 90s sometimes. Same with the 80s, same with the 70s. So anybody who hasn't watched this film yet, I start to get what I mean by you better get you better get to like this particular track, because my God, it goes on and on and on. I thought he had his beer can upside down for a minute. So I'm not sure who's the bad guys, the guys with the knives or the person that's drink driving, or the ones that are thieving. I met films on Vipco Screen Time label. They continue selling them under the label Beyond Terror, even though they no longer had the rights to them. The early days of VHS and all that kind of stuff was a wild west when it came to the distributors. It's when you look objectively at the whole kind of video nasty scare and all that kind of stuff, and you see the behaviour of some of the film distributors, and you just go, you really did paint a target on your back. You always felt parts of Germany are still in the 80s. Yeah. Censorship-wise, Germany is still a bit of a horror show. You're in a crappy little minibus and you think you're going to outrun a police car. Okay? There are parts of this film where the soundtrack sounds like a porno. This is one of them. In fact, this music is actually so kind of like porno-esque. I am wondering what the police is going to do if they catch him, and quite where the truncheon's going to go. Germany's strange that it censors and bans plenty of horror movies, but other releases seem to be uncut. Yeah. They have a real problem with violence in movies. And there are some very prescribed subject matters, which is understandable. Especially with like the rise of the far right and stuff like that, which is becoming prominent in many places in the world, but particularly scary when it's in Germany. Not least to the people in Germany. Not exactly car chase music, is it? Now it's like I say, the soundtrack goes all over the place. It's just And sometimes with the soundtracks and stuff, they sort of just, used what they could take. Oh, now, you see, this is the irresponsibility of the local authorities. They absolutely should have signs up there with, like, warning of rednecks with bodies crossing. Kind of like when they have, like, deer crossing kind of signs. Something creepy about that guy. What was it? The body that he's lugging around? If religion was a thing that money could buy. I remember the Xbox version of Serious Sam where you could toggle the gore settings to have the enemies bleed vegetables and flowers instead. There was like was Carmageddon, I think it might have been, but you're supposed to run down people and stuff like that, and there's various levels of censorship, including one where they sort of made them into robots instead of people. But you want one of the all-time classics of censorship and the arguments and stuff like that. It'd be Grand Theft Auto. Just loosen her up with some good hash. Nyah, nyah, nyah. Watch it. Damn, she's jailbait. Without wanting to get into political dispute, the amount of actual far-right people in the UK wouldn't fill a football stadium. The girls out of the world ain't nothing but trouble. It's really channeling kind of Will Smith before Will Smith was Will Smith. Porno vibes now, yes. I kind of get the feeling Hank's a little bit jealous. I'd rather not come with, in, on, between, between you and your friend. He's got a good sense of humour, hasn't he? I think the concussion might have actually had something to do with it as well. Oh, he does bruise like an overripe banana, doesn't he? It's one of the things about these, particularly, I don't know, it just seems to be the Pittsburgh films in general. The police uniforms always look awful. I don't know if, like, in particular, the Pittsburgh scene, it's quite common in the low budget filmmaking sort of scene anyway, but if they were all using the same film stock, because it's always got that really kind of washed out sepia tone kind of feel to it. A lot of George Romero's film has that kind of feel to it as well. Thank you, Kerry. I've got myself into enough trouble talking about that stuff. Cool, that's a pair of flares that came straight from the 70s. There's enough flares there to hide an entire gaggle of murderers. I'm trying to think, I think it might have been Suburban Sasquatch. They had cop uniforms that were supposed to look like these ones, and it was just absolutely awful. You think you got a pair of jeans that wise? Yeah, that way, yeah. Hover flares. Who here believes in Sasquatch? Not me. Cryptozoology is a little bit out there for me. Interesting camera shot. This is the thing, Russo does occasionally sort of achieve these kind of interesting moments in his films. Just imaginative shots and kind of like strange ideas and really sort of distorted, perverse worlds that he can create. Surprised there was never a 70s slasher film utilising flare whiplash as a killing weapon. And police are taking no prisoners. It does have a feeling, doesn't it, that there's this kind of something even more weird going on, like some sort of like the crazies kind of disease in parts of this film. It does have a sort of hysterical kind of feel to a lot of what's going on, which is, despite how goofy the film can be, it's mildly sort of unsettling. Fleshploitation, yes. Different kind of flair there, Kieran. Pretty well realised headshot there. Crazy is as crazy does. He went down like a sack of spuds. It was a good drop, wasn't it? There was a bit of commitment to that. Confess! Savini did a few effects for this film as a favour. Machete from Friday the 13th makes a cameo in a later scene. I didn't know Tom Savini did anything on this. Although that headshot must have been one of his. Well, that skin on the back of his head all wrinkled and bouncing. I'll expect him to go like that and there'll be an alien inside. Just pull his man suit off. Does he scratch his dick with that gun, I wonder? Quite possibly. Right back. It's all part of the scene now, isn't it? A lot of them sort of just helped each other out on various projects as they went along. It was pretty close-knit community from what I can tell, particularly like in Pittsburgh. Just hardcore people going out making films. Yeah. It's... So police brutality is the norm. It's another good example of just having a location, a bunch of locations, and use them well. I have to give Russo some credit for that. Got to say, I love the vibe of this film. It has a really kind of almost sleazy weirdness to it, doesn't it? It's just kind of like manic kind of undertone to it. I mean, the film's quite slow in general, but it does have energy to it. It's a proper vintage film feel to it. Yeah, it's hard to make movies with this kind of vibe to them. Not because of like censorship reasons or anything like that, but digital media doesn't have the same kind of texture to it. It's often too clean, too clear, and there is something to be said about kind of like low budget grain that. It hides all the edges or the kind of the roughness of any given film. It is a little bit Texas Chainsaw as well. This is. I wonder if there was a little bit of that to this. It almost feels like Night of the Living Dead meets Texas Chainsaw. Maybe a little bit of the crazies. I mean, one does wonder if John Russo was kind of like borrowed certain bits of. Many of those films. God, didn't waste no time there, did I? Getting Last House on the Left vibes too. I was going to say it's a little less rapey, but the cop at the beginning. Again, it's this soundtrack here. Actually, it's very kind of like that's the kind of soundtrack I always remember from the films back in the day. Oh, good punch. That was a solid swing. Followed a lot of the Pittsburgh filmmakers' careers. John Harrison, in particular, just a group of mates that made a company. Romero had the Get Go to inspire, I think. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You hear, George Romero talking about those days, and the way he kind of describes that scene, and just rallying the troops to do this operation that is making a movie. They will have his pet play. I'm not like you. I'm the evil matriarch. I just want to see sort of in the background Leatherface sort of just running briefly across the back of the scene. Russo had it better than me. It's kind of a case a lot of the time. At least in my opinion, getting a whole bunch of people who are interested in making a movie and making it happen, and you have to kind of be, a leader, and a certain type of leader to kind of get people to do that kind of thing. But if you get involved with like kind of theatre types and all that kind of stuff, you'll find people who want to do that kind of creative thing. But it's hard work. And it is one of those things. It's like, I'm always sort of very aware of the fact that when I take the piss out of a movie, that it is one of those things that is very, very hard to do. Just completing a movie is a win in its own right. So you shouldn't be too down about that kind of stuff. But try and think of ways to make a movie with whatever you've got. Everybody's got cameras. Edit suites are often free in terms of the software. It's turned into Night of the Living Dead, hasn't it? They couldn't afford a lot of fire. Yeah, it's tricky. If you look at someone like Peter Jackson, for instance, Bad Taste was made over a course of years of them just doing stuff when they could A, afford it, and B, find the time. So whenever they could get the guys back together, they just sort of got together and did it. It's a huge time commitment, and it's a lot of effort, but it's hard work putting a movie together. But you can do it. There's no guarantee the movie would be great, but that's down to you. The lead guy shouldn't just be randomly killing everybody. He needs to get on with the right, said Fred Tribute Band. God, my eyes look like pea holes in the snow tonight. We're both stuck in these cages together and can't go anywhere, so let me regale you with a load of backstory. Exposition, exposition, exposition. It's too sexy for it, kind of hurts. Corman was looking a bit rough. Oh, and Mama, you're stinking a bit. You might need a little bit of the little bit of the deodorant. It's always about the virgins, isn't it? Mama was made by Savini, yeah. I mean, this place has got to have a reputation by now, isn't it? But there's still people just turning up and camping and picnicking and... we might have watched it a few years back. I seem to be struggling to find new films to watch, apparently. I mean, if you don't remember this amazingly tense frisbee scene, then it's been a very long time since we've seen it. Thunk. Good bit of soundtrack again. Recommend a rewatch of the infamous classic Calamity Snake. God. I did have a list of stuff which I thought would be good for watch-alongs, and I just haven't sorted it out actually today. Oh, oh, oh. I thought they were after a virgin. I don't think she's a virgin somehow. Those two have definitely been at it. Calamity of Snake now has a Blu-ray release. Oh my god. Okay. Mad Foxes, of course. I would genuinely rewatch it for it'd be like a third time, but if I was a good copy online, it's pretty much been purged from YouTube. Definitely one of those guilty watches is Mad Foxes. As I understand it, these actresses, well, they pretty much played it method, and they stayed in those cages for 2 days. A GPH is getting a Blu-ray. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think somebody said there's a Cliff Twemlow box set or something, isn't there? These things are sent to try us. It's all part of God's plan. Other platitudes. GBH was a lot of fun. One of the surprising ones, really, in the on the list was GBH. So I had no idea what to expect, and when you first start watching, you go, "Oh God, this is going to be awful." Turned out to be such a fun, quite charming film in a lot of respects. Now we're really going to work out. She might go to harm. She had psychological issues where she says I've been fiddling her. I've got to plan my streams a little bit further ahead, haven't I? Solitaire lady's a real keeper. It was kind of fun, wasn't it? And of course, there's the I'm a Man from Dawn of the Dead, which is Tremolo had something to do with as well. My God. I'll send you out to the dangerous places so you can do our job for you. They just dropped the title. Giant Haystacks is the giggling baddie. Yes. Oh my God, there's a blast from the past. God, British wrestling. Bloody hell. Roll credits, yes. But the song lied. They're not all alone. See, I've never quite worked out what the character arc is here, really. She's always been a religious girl, and now it's like it's all sort of come back. You kind of figured that there would be something made of that, but it doesn't quite seem to. You don't care for that their brand of Satanism, much too tame. Do you prefer it with like chainsaws and stuff? I mean, is that how it is? Hail Satin. Just how do Satanists do that echo voice? Takes a lot of practice. I think it's something to do with drinking the blood of the innocent, stuff like that as well. Kind of thickens up the vocal cords a little bit. I think it's like when singers drink milk and stuff like that. It's more to do with the fact that in Catholic terms, in the confession scene at the open, she's pretty much damned for what she's done. In religious terms, the book is a lot darker. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. We haven't done that, Richard, but I seem to remember nobody really wanted to watch it other than you and me. I've got no problem with doing it if everybody wants to do it at some point. It is a weird film. It's definitely the scrubbiest of scrublands. I love that we've gone into like 70s and 80s British wrestling scene for references. You just couldn't stick to Easter eggs like normal people, could they? No, it's all going to be about murdering young women. It's a new twist to Kinder Surprise, I guess. Well, we could look at doing that one then. People seem to be at least a little bit more interested than the last time it was suggested. That skull's not looking any more real every time we cut to it, is it? That cage does not look that strong. Been trying to watch more Romero, Eastwood, and Scorsese films. Yes. Easy enough to do. Just got to find time for them. Plenty there to enjoy. Mum is definitely looking a little bit crusty. It's Need some oil of Yule. You wanted to watch the Straight Story, but the DVD bugged out. Oh, that's annoying. Straight Story is a surprisingly good film. I put that off for such a long time, and then when I did watch it, I really enjoyed it. It does make you wonder how some of these characters are supposed to actually operate at all when they're drinking like kind of straight out of a vodka bottle all the time. Want to watch the new Scorsese and John Glazer films coming out soon? Okay. It did a number on him, didn't he? You watched Metropolis on the big screen. Yeah, it's quite a feat of cinema, that one. It's good to see you can actually take a bit of sense of humour out of the scene at such a terrible moment of having a gun pointed at you. Jumps out from behind the wall and starts trying to cast the spell on him. Wingardium Leviosa, Leviosu, Levio. You've not seen Possession. Simon doesn't like Possession, I think, but I think it's a really good film. A little bit of a redemption for him there. Pitchfork, pitchfork, pitchfork. Oh, scythe. Okay, it's a good choice. Or sickle. Uh, at least Sleazy Joe got two of them, yes. Not Witchy Girl. She's my favourite Witchy Girl in the entire movie. Scythe is a good Doom wad. I've lost count of how many times I've ended up buying Doom one way or another. Ends up in so many bloody multi packs on Steam. Third time's a charm. Oh. Has to be said, he's a bit of a resilient bugger, this one, isn't he? Doom, the game, yes. The original. I do remember going to the iTech in Loughborough, and my brother and his mates, I think it was there, networking the computers to play Doom. Not ignoring it. Like I say, not everybody likes Possession. I really do. I think it's an interesting character piece. And if you don't agree, you're very, very wrong. If that helps. I shall creep very, very slowly through this deep puddle of petrol. Yeah. Yeah, it's got a huge fan base behind it still. It's like there's still people programming Spectrum 48 games. So there you go. The movie ends with barbecue. Barbecue redneck. So that was fun. That is a very enjoyable movie. And I just know for a fact that John's actually singing the song right now. But there you go. It's his thing. So, probably should line yourselves up for the second one immediately, because it is a long film. We've got about best part of 2 hours. I'll get cracking with that one almost straight away. Great movie, man. Always love this one. If anyone's interested, there is a book, shot on video sequel and remake. Long live Russo. Very happy to be involved a little on the Doom World forums. Oh, that's cool. It's always kind of cool that stuff's kept alive. It is one of the great things with like retro computers. Is there's a community for just about everything. The fact that there's still people cranking out clones of Jet Set Willy and stuff like that to this day is for the old Spectrum 48, and that's amazing. Possession's getting a collector's edition Blu-ray release from Umbrella Films. Oh, that's neat. I think it is one of those films that will periodically get like collector editions and that kind of thing. Your favourite films are The Exorcist 2 and Mad Foxes. Exorcist 2 has a lot to admire with it. The story's probably not one, but and it, I mean, it is a broken film, but it is an enjoyable film in a lot of respects. Just absolutely dripping with Borman's talent, despite the fact that the film kind of it didn't work out as well as it could have by a long shot. So if I get copy that, is that the same one as you put there? I think that is the same one that you got there. That's the link to Cat o' Nine Tails that Kerry's just put up. So get yourselves onto that, and then we will get cracking in just a couple of minutes. I tell you what, John and I will have to do a John Russo double bill or something like that together at some point. That would be quite fun. John's got so much to say about the guy. We really does respect him, and I can understand it because for all of the complaints, or criticisms you can have of John Russo's movie, the guy just epitomised the scene. Not just the Pittsburgh scene, but just the scene in general. Put that in there as well. I'm gonna just shove that in there again. That's right there. So get yourselves hooked up with that, and we'll get cracking. Bit of Argento. I was kind of like thinking, is there a copy of Bird with a Crystal Plumage or something like that? But this one came up and it seems to be a decent quality copy. So hopefully it should be good. A little overlong. A lot of giallo can be, but we'll see how we get on. See if I can keep my eyes open for that long. Seriously, I've got tired eyes tonight. Okay. Been one of those days. I've just been so sleepy all day. Okay, start giving us thumbs up when you're ready, folks, and we'll get cracking. See if we can get done before we're all alone and it's midnight. Crystal Plumage on White, YouTube, on a channel called the Gialloist. Giallogist? Okay. We'll do that at some point. That would be quite fun. I'd say an Argento double bill, but that can be quite long. Fantastic. Okay, we've got people starting to get ready. So we'll get cracking. So we will go as usual. Count 5, go on, go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Holy shit, that's loud. It's one of the giallos with a slightly more, shall we say, economic name. And that's always one of the things that kind of amused me with giallo and a lot of Italian films in particular. Is the often so incredibly long, slightly obscure but kind of descriptive sort of names. I'd sort of got to. It's a bit of a bugger to kind of read. It doesn't scan very easy as a word, does it? On a side note, he'd been on a big Richard Stanley kick after Dust Devil. Been watching his documentaries. Man, he's a really creative guy. Really great stuff. Yeah, I don't know what happened with him in his shall we say troubles. I kind of get the feeling he was just sort of kicked to the curb and nobody wanted to touch him after that. And it's a real shame because he's a talented filmmaker. Yeah, it's one thing if he actually did it, but there doesn't seem to be much evidence that he did. Argento likes his blind people in his movies, doesn't he? Just gets attacked by a big kind of Alsatian puppet. One of the best Italian titles for tragic is for Tragic Ceremony, which is like extracted documents from the archives of European capital. Yeah, yeah, they're quite amusingly long. Oh, is that right? Richard Stanley converted to Eastern Orthodoxy post-cancellation and sworn off his film career as part of a sinful past. Wow. He now owns a farm. Italian titles read like the loglines. I haven't watched an Argento film for a while. I forgot how beautiful his movies are. Incredible wide shots. Yeah, I, it's hard to really quite pin down what it was that really sort of changed with his movies. And yeah, it sort of coincided with the shift to digital. You sort of go, that's not it. It can't be just that, surely. But the quality of the shots seemed to change. Not just the visual sort of qualities, but the framing and all that kind of stuff. Thinking just the same thing regarding blind characters. Still feel sorry for the blind man in Suspiria. Poor bloke didn't deserve that fate. No, that was kind of like a really sort of grim death, wasn't it? Really, on that one. Giallo of Venezia remains the sleaziest that the genre has to offer. More than New York Ripper, more than The Killer Still Amongst Us. New York Ripper, it's not a film I get on with very well, but that is like super, super, super sleazy. But then, I never thought that Fulci was particularly a good example of giallo in general. I mean, it's really good at kind of getting gory special effects and stuff like that, but his supernatural kind of stuff was always the thing that he did best, at least in my opinion. John's right. I mean, just like even looking this, it's such a, you got this really wide shot down a very narrow, relatively narrow corridor. Just the framing of it's just fascinating. The captain says New York Rip struck me as anti-women. Yeah, I've described it as being quite hideously misogynistic. It really is. But it's kind of the point of the film in some respects. It's supposed to be taking that kind of killer's point of view to an extent, but you also kind of go, it has that horrible kind of bad taste to it in terms of, it feels like Fulci's enjoying it a little too much as well. And Fulci was known for being not exactly a very respectful person towards women. He could be quite nasty person. And Catriona MacColl was one of the few women that could actually stand up to him. Of course, I'm now going to have to watch that, Kieran. There's a lot of British actors ended up in Italian films. But you look at, like, you know, Clint Eastwood and the likes, and that's where they got a lot of their breaks, was in those kind of films. John Saxon was constantly working in European horror and giallo and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, is it that one? No, it's not. It's up there somewhere. But The Girl Who Knew Too Much, if I remember rightly, that was John Saxon. He heard that Fulci was anti-feminist and pro-LGBT despite being Catholic, because it meant men and women wouldn't deal with each other as much. It was a strange character, to say the least. You know, he had some very odd points of views. It's a bit of a David Caruso looking kind of guy, isn't it? I'm going to have to just... So, what was it called again? Giallo... Oh, apparently it's a Crimes of the Future 4K ultra high definition Blu-ray. Right, I will check that one out later on. We'll just put that in the. You like listening to Mr. Bungle while watching Fulci films? I like Mr. Bungle myself. I think I'm one of the few people who's like who likes Mr. Bungle that really kind of appreciates the California album. You know, for Argento's first directorial stint, he assembled a pretty decent cast. Yeah, but you know, the thing is a lot of these films are, you know, they weren't looked at as being particularly awful. You know, the director certainly didn't kind of look down on them. So they really sort of concentrated on characters and story, and they didn't really half-arse it on a lot of them. Some do, obviously, you know, but it's a fairly big genre in that respect. Not really selling me on this movie, you know that, Kieran. I just looked up for the Blu-ray of it, and it's like it took me straight to Amazon Italy. Just checking something out. I don't know if I like the layout of IMDb these days. Okay. Wasn't sure if there was somebody in there that I recognised. Did you know that Ministry opened for Madness early in their career? No, I didn't. Long time ago since I seen Madness. I saw it at the Birmingham NEC one year. It's great fun. Yeah, Kieran says though Argento apparently co-directed a few scenes for The Five Men, Fan by an Army, a spaghetti western starring Peter Graves, and that was a thing. People have this kind of idea, in some respects, that these directors, you know, be it Fulci or Argento and all of these other Italian genre directors, were somehow kind of like, you know, rejects and that kind of stuff, and they weren't. You know, they went through working with some very famous and respected directors and stuff like that before they kind of landed doing this kind of thing. You know, and they have very varied careers. Argento sort of like kind of like did these classy type giallos and horrors, or you know, that still kind of carried a certain amount of a stigma, but they're highly respected these days. And then, Fulci then sort of went off and did New York Ripper and stuff. That kind of cemented his reputation. Films like that. It's a very hard film to stomach, is New York Ripper. Not because of the gore and that kind of thing, but it's just there's a feeling to it, a sensation to watching that film. It feels really, really grimy and dirty, and not in a good way. But I'm going to have to watch it now, aren't I, Kieran? I'll see if I can get hold of a decently priced copy. You're completely distracted from the movie. It doesn't take much with me. The older I get, the more ADD I get. It's been most of my week, my last 2 weeks, has been me sat in front of a computer trying to squeeze some kind of documentation and things like that out of myself and onto the computer. Oh no! Ooh! Oh, that was messy. That is why you stay behind the white line. What a weird thing. Yeah, guy gets run down by the train and the model just gets off like, it was not a problem. Look at me, look at me. Don't look at the dead body, look at me. Throws the newspaper, he goes, God, that headline sounds awful. It's a gifted blind person. It's one of the things with a lot of these kind of with the giallo, isn't it? Is the soundtrack is quite powerful when the way it sort of runs underneath the scene. And I don't know if it's just because it's not like something orchestral necessarily, but it's a very prominent part of the film, almost kind of a character in some respects. I had a thought, why not start a Discord server for us all to hang out in? Well, it's potentially. I'm not sure how much attention I can give it. I don't know. I've been thinking about other ways of getting of doing engagement, and I have to have a think about it. I do have a Discord. I haven't used it in a long time. I think I set it up to facilitate some streaming stuff that I was doing. Ennio Morricone, man, he was one of the greatest. Yes, he was. Yeah, very distinctive soundtracks from that guy. Doesn't need to be doesn't need to be a big popular server. Be more fun if it was just sassy. Oh no, I mean don't get me wrong. I don't think it's a bad idea. Um, I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I will always just be myself on that sort of thing. That's part of the problem with me building an audience and that kind of stuff. Is I'm not really that interested in chasing an algorithm. Um, and I have been actually sort of thinking about kind of like ways of doing some stuff a little bit more kind of in a professional standard or kind of expanding certain things. Um, but yeah, it's tough. I don't have all the time in the world because I've got a full-time job. It can be quite tricky. But I will have a think about it. Isn't that one of the funny things with you're looking at these films and you imagine what it's like if you're under a certain age and the difference in technology and how a detective kind of process would happen then as opposed to now. It's the whole sort of thing like, why didn't that person have a mobile phone or something like that? You go, well, they weren't invented back then. Why are they doing this, that, or the other? Well, that's the way you did it back in the day. Nowadays, they just go like kind of zoom, enhance, that kind of cliche kind of crap. I get kicked out of Discord servers for being myself. Well, John could tell you, how much I am myself on something like this compared to what I'm like in real life. She's just the one person here that knows me in real life. Rizzo Solani, yes, another amazing composer. Yeah, the thing is, I mean, the Italian film industry was just really good in that it kind of built its community of filmmakers in a really kind of smart way. But it's almost like apprenticeships and that kind of stuff. Um, I mean, the thing with Giallo, I mean, the kind of ideas behind what Giallo sort of tackles is nothing that kind of like exceptional, generally speaking, in terms of films and crime stories and all that kind of stuff. And it's just that like that push into the more kind of perverse and voyeuristic kind of side of things. But it kind of takes those aspects and to me, Giallo rarely feels particularly sleazy. It's more, or even that particularly prurient or anything like that. It's more, it kind of takes those things and that kind of feel and it uses it. There is a sensation to watching these movies which does have that kind of like you shouldn't be watching it kind of thing, because it gets pretty explicit. But considering, the subject matter, which is just usually bloody murder, it really kind of tries to convey as much of the horror of that as possible. It doesn't pull its punches on it. I think that probably shocked a lot of people. Favourite Morricone is Heartbeats in Space from De Palma's Mission to Mars. Well, thank you, John. I'll give you that 5-0 in the next see you. Be right back. Funny enough, with the conversation we're having, me and my new colleague were having, and the conversation that we were having a little while, like a couple of weeks ago, when I was asked, what do you need to do if you want to screen films and stuff, and funny enough, we sort of found a couple of outlets that sort of on the internet that actually do that kind of stuff, that you can rent the rights to screen a movie, because he seems very, very keen on sort of doing screening nights and all that kind of stuff, and I would love to do like a kind of like a cult movie sort of screening night, maybe like once a month or whatever it could do, which should be kind of cool. So that might be something that happens in the future. It might, if I can make that work at my workplace, which should be kind of cool. Do something similar to this, where we're not where I'd be talking throughout the movie, but watch the movie and then talk about the film and kind of what it's doing, and that would be quite interesting. Though I suspect I'd probably have to employ John to help out with that. I don't know how many hours John and I kind of like were in that art gallery building things and just chatting about the kind of movies that would make my at that time boss Lee kind of roll her eyes. I think it worked out to something like, there was one site that kind of gave you like would rent your rights, and it was about £130 to do it. So you can get a relatively small audience and still make it just about pay itself off, which would be kind of fun. It's the blind man who can see more than the seeing people. That's a relationship that you would find it a lot more difficult these days to kind of put on the screen, even as innocent as it may be. Well, I wasn't, Richard, but now I am. In some respects, I would like to kind of like at some point do a Mondo night or something like that. That'd be an interesting one to do. I don't think with what I was sort of describing of doing like kind of cult movie nights and that kind of stuff. Mondo's not an easy one to do, particularly where I would be doing the screenings and stuff like that. There'd be a few which you could do in context. Quite difficult with some of them though. And that's mostly because the some of the stuff they portray can be a bit difficult to justify to people who aren't willing to understand, or at least explore the ideas. Love this scene. Mondo is in Mondo Cane, yes. Africa Audio is a fascinating one. But there's a lot of baggage with that particular piece. And there's other Mondos, obviously. I mean, Mondo, which kind of like eventually sort of morphed into the kind of the death movie type stuff, like Faces of Death and that kind of thing. You couldn't easily show that in the context of the kind of place I work in. That would be very difficult. The Traces of Death was the later ones, and that's really when those things just became kind of like almost like blooper reels of death, really. It's like Faces of Death, for all of its kind of crudeness, did have a narrative of kinds. Traces of Death and stuff like that was just, oh, here's several ways to die in this kind of like theme. Here's several ways to die in this other theme. But one of the best Mondo-esque films that I saw was a film called Executions, and it actually was genuinely interesting because it's kind of an activist piece apart from anything else. Talking about the capital punishment. Not into it per se, but would watch it to get an education. Thing is, there's so many different kind of like qualities to Mondo. Some of it is incredibly prurient, and in fact, a lot of it is very prurient. But some of it does have a point, and Africa Audio does really kind of swing between some very wild extremes. I think it is literally probably one of the most fascinating of the Mondo. And then you get stuff which is, literally just about voyeurism of a kind. But it's that kind of mocking commentary type thing going on, which is in quality of the film, which is a little bit strange Sometimes it can undermine it, sometimes it can bolster it. But you get films like Africa Blood. No, Africa Blood and Guts was the American version of Africa Audio. Brutes and Savages, that's the one I'm thinking of. Which is, it's not a serious film in the slightest. Not really. And in some respects, it's a little distasteful because of it. But Mondo doesn't really interest me personally. I think if you're studying cinema just in general, like particularly Italian cinema, it's a fascinating part of that history, even if the films don't appeal to you. What they are and how they're made, and certainly how they sit culturally of the time and in comparison to now. That's kind of a fascinating slice of cinema. The history of. Remember a couple of freaks coming into my record store to buy Executions. It is actually genuinely a fascinating documentary. It's only really sort of marginally in the Mondo kind of area. But it is really, really, really interesting. And actually the censorship history of it's interesting. Because the BBFC were actually quite supportive of it. Particularly when they gave it a certificate and then there was this outrage campaign about it. They were no, this is actually trying to say something important. So many suspicious people. I like the relationship between the two of them. It's almost a kind of cliche type, almost quite trite kind of thing that's going on. He hears and notices those kind of details, and she notices every visual detail. The two of them sort of kind of work together very symbiotically. Oh, see. Self-preservation society. He was only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. Sorry to hear that, Simon, but you have a good night's sleep. Thank you for joining. Do you get the feeling there's a French connection thing going on here? I sort of wonder whether or not they actually had the roads closed. always like the opening scene for the Italian Job, the Italian landscape, the music, the mafia reveal. Yeah, I love the Italian Job. I think it's a great film. Somebody was kind of like saying it wasn't very good just recently on Facebook. I would heartily disagree. They had a problem with the comedy end of it. Felt it kind of like, for a heist movie, it shouldn't have that level of comedy. But I personally, I thought it worked quite well. Different strokes for different folks. Genetically programmed to be a criminal was a controversial idea. Yeah. Now remember, these blokes drive on the wrong side of the road. Benny Hill all the way. God, I've got to watch that film again. I've got it somewhere. Definitely going to have to watch it again. Ooh, excuse me. Did Michael join the chat? I love that, the ending of the Italian Job. Some people sort of like go, you can't leave it there, and it's like, you go, that's kind of the point. Leave them wanting more. Leave it to your imagination as to do they make it or not. God, kicking party, innit? It's a perfect ending, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah. To be honest, I'd never watched the remake. It just never seemed to. I don't know. Didn't look interesting. Because I don't think it's the sort of film that needs to be made serious. I think it just has a lot of fun with the playing with the ideas and the characters. There's apparently a plan for a sequel with the French being the villains, but it never happened. A lot of people have that kind of response to reporters. I did a great tea for great dinner tonight. Just ribs with sauce made with pure pain paste. Finally, some properly spicy pork ribs. It's really good. Starting to feel hungry again now. Chill, Manuel. Okay. This is possibly wavy hair that guy's got. Today I ate 3 eggs for breakfast and 2 for dinner. Sounds delicious. I'm sort of feeling the desire to get like kind of takeout. But no, I shall resist. I'm not at the age anymore where I could just stuff my damn face. Not without consequence, anyway. Guy just needs a boat in his head and he'll be able to say it, yes. That's seriously, like, it's like kind of bloody hell. It looks... That's Dennis Hopper's hair from the Super Mario Brothers film. Hammer time. You're actually pretty trim, Glenn. I can tell. No, I don't really watch what I eat. Oh my god. No, I've definitely got middle-aged spread these days. Not that I'm self-conscious about that kind of thing, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, it used to be you could just throw anything down my bloody neck and I'd be super, super slim, but my job's not as active as it used to be, you know. Is how it is. You get older, it tends to, like, food tends to affect you a lot more. I promise I don't wear black to make myself look slim. It's just force of habit from years and years of working in theatre. Maybe if you stood up it would be different. Just get a girdle, squeeze it all in. I do worry if there's a double chin under here, though. When did this turn into Dirty Harry tan suitcases? Was it my older sister in the week and she said I had looked well, even though I've put on some weight since we last saw each other. It's never a worry for me, and you know, well, it's not really a worry for me at this point, but yeah, I could definitely pack away the food back in the day, and it didn't make a slight bit of difference. But there you go. Might do myself a plate of chips later, though. Whip. Cool whip. Cool whip. just assume you're all black because you're an aging goth who loves Sisters of Mercy, The Cure, Bauhaus. You know what? I don't mind any of those things. But I would never have described myself as a goth. Metalhead, definitely. I won't take offence to the ageing part of that description either. Because we all are going down that line. It's funny, you know, somebody goes, "You're old," and you sort of like kind of look at you, go, "If you're lucky, you'll be there sooner than you think." There's a certain smoke satisfaction in that. How would I feel if Madness released a metal album? I think that would be a little out of place, but if Dolly Parton can do rock, then why not? Let him have a stab. Bear in mind, when I went to the Madness concert, I had hair as longer than my hair is now. It doesn't grow as long as it used to. It used to be right down to my waist at one point. So I'm there with a whole bunch of skinhead types, you know. My mate was genuinely worried. He thought I might get beat up, but nah. Like he said, the drummer's got long hair these days. This guy on YouTube called Professor Rockies just did something about Madness. Actually, it was quite interesting. It's particularly grim. Yikes. What year did you see Madness? Oh my God. Jesus, I can't remember what year it was. It was probably trying to think. It must have been sort of mid late 90s. It was a while ago. They did about 15 encores. So even as, you know, somebody who might consider themselves a bit of a fan, yeah, oh, that's it, okay, let's just grab my stuff and get back to the bus. Oh, they're back again. So, all right, lads. But it was a good concert. I really enjoyed it. Consider myself quite lucky I haven't seen them. I just see what John was mentioning. Yeah. Who's there? The murderer. Oh, come in. Murdergram. Did you order a brutal death? No, I ordered takeaway. Ah, well, you know. This one's on the house then. All right, what's your deep, dark little secret, blind man? Oh, you saw Devo recently. Okay, that's cool. Oh, you saw Roger Waters in Madrid. Oh, that's cool. Oh, extra scenes shoved in. No subtitles. Kieran, you're in Germany, aren't you? I know you're in France, aren't you? We need a German speaker to translate. It's murder. Do you think Korn ripped Devo off? There's always inspiration from one band to another, isn't there? I keep thinking that's Edward Purdon, but it's not, is it? No, not from what I can tell. Was ist das, Herr Credel? Yeah, in German, I know it's like, yeah, yeah, ist gut, yeah. Oh, my bad. Well, to be fair, they only did one album after him, and I think it was didn't they? And I think it was just a sort of completion of some material that they had already. And as much as I admire Roger Waters as a very, very, very talented musician, he was, in no small part, kind of responsible for the death of Pink Floyd. Yeah. Which is a shame, really. Because I'd like it if they just sort of went, yeah, okay, we can't really carry on anymore. We're sort of out of ideas. Or just like, we just don't want to do it. And then they left it amicably. But no. No, they all had to come to blows, didn't they? Budget Ray Wise. Oh, Ray Wise did some of his fair share of low budget trash. Yeah, I got it wrong. I'm shit with names. I'm just fortunate there's not a chat function that actually allows you to kind of slap me on the face. That sounds more like Brian May, actually, there, Minty. And Brian May actually teaches astrophysics. But I don't know. I don't know if he what his interests are. Roger Waters. Ray Wise ended up doing a lot of was it Living Waters movies? Not Roger Waters. I did give Brian May to, well, via a friend, got him to sign a copy of a Queen album for my mum, which is quite nice of him to do that. It was really quite sweet. Night at the Opera, as I remember. I like Pink Floyd, but have no clue on their personal interests. The story goes that really Roger Waters wanted to make it, he was doing a lot more political stuff. He was trying to steer it all to very, very political stuff, and the other band members weren't quite on board with that. It caused a lot of strain. And The Wall was probably the last straw, really. That really kind of like pretty much finished the band. So it survived for a little while after that, but that was it. But, what a legacy they left behind. Great music. I have no animosity towards Waters. Well, I didn't actually give him the album, but my friend said, "Oh yeah, I'm going to go. I've got to go down to London to work with Brian May," and he says, "I got chatting." He says, "Oh, my mum's a massive fan of Queen." He says, "I am, but my mum's kind of like a really into Queen." And he just goes, "Oh, do you want a signature?" I was like, "Yeah, that'd be nice. To get him to sign it to Julia." And he came back with a copy of the CD signed for my mum. It was really cool. Loving Her Do, yes. There's lots of hairspray involved with that. They were much more flammable days, those. That's a hell of a chat-up line. I want to make it 781. And 2 and 3. So let's see if we can get it up to around 800 tonight. Well, there you go, lads. Boobs. She doesn't look terribly excited, does she? Oh, So, was that it? No, what is the deep symbolism behind milk? Don't drink the milk, love. You may think you need the calcium, but that was semi-skim, not full fat. Argento was never much of an erotic filmmaker, let's be honest. It's probably why he spent so much time killing women instead of like kind of doing love scenes and stuff. That milk shot was literally from Hitchcock's Suspicion. Okay, be right back. I'm back. Did you miss me? It's Argento, mate. It's expected he literally did a movie called Do You Like Hitchcock? Yes. But he always, he brought his own stuff to the game as well, didn't he? When people start comparing your movie to others as well, then you know you've kind of made it, don't you? Italian insult Olympics. Yeah, that is quite a spectacular chin that guy had. Considering doing a comic book parody of a Serbian film with Bugs Bunny as Miloš and Rocky and Muggsy as the porn director and his henchmen. That could work. How about a Muppets version of Caligula? That could be fun. That is a magnificent chin. It definitely is a magnificent chin. Or if you had to punch him in that, you'd break your hand for sure, wouldn't you? Muppet says Caligula coming up. I guess you're right, Kieran. Argento's references are so varied, from Blake poetry to Hopper paintings, that that cafe in Deep Red is stunning. It looks like the Nighthawks painting, yes. Yeah, he's a very literary kind of guy, wasn't he, really? Lots of Edgar Allan Poe and all that kind of stuff. How about Sarlo with Fraggle Rock? You want to do a Muppets parody of Blue Velvet with Velvet with Kermit as Frank, Miss Piggy as Dorothy, Dr. T. Spand as the henchman, and everyone else as the original human actors. Is it just me, or is that a really, really shit save? Okay, just got to attack it from the right angle with the pokey thing. Give the pokey thing a twist. Isn't that weird? Certain parts of this, they're writing, the letters and stuff are like Italian, and then that's in English. I'm guessing it's another Deep Red sort of thing where they've kind of mixed up various sources to get the fullest cut. Can head on. All right, Kerry, take it easy. There's about another 40 minutes left of this. Was kind of why I kind of moved the time back till 8 o'clock, halfway through the evening. very open about this, isn't he? I mean, I'm loving this movie so far, but I'm wondering where all the witches are. This is a job interview, yes. Best ever job interview I had was actually held in a pub. It wasn't for a pub job, by the way. There's not too many interviews where they kind of like go, "What are you drinking?" All right, Kieran. Youth today can't just can't handle the pace of all these things. You see. You may not know me, but I know something that you need to know, and I'm going to tell you in a very mysterious way. Needs a few more pictures on horse. Yes, he does. They're very opulent flats in these films as well, buildings, apartments, whatever. They're always kind of huge, tons of space. Your little rabbit hutches are all kind of squirreled into these days. It's a bit opulent, isn't it? I always find it fascinating when you see these shots with the two focal lengths going on. There is something quite odd about the quality of that. Dialogue was second to style in Argento's movies. Nothing complains, straight to the point. Oh, yes. But there is something about, just the way they're sort of constructed. It was certainly with Argento's films, but Giallo in general does tend to have a slight kind of stilted edge to certain aspects of the dialogue and the characters. They don't often feel particularly natural outside of the protagonist. I don't know if that's just to sort of kind of generate this sort of sense of unease, or if it's frankly a result of the way that they're filmed with multiple languages and post filming sort of addition of the dialogue. Oh really? Freaks on Blu-ray. That would be cool. We've been set up. Uh-oh. He's dead. And his hair hasn't been ruffled in the slightest. Split diopter. Ah, there you go. I've told you guys before, John's a filmmaker. Yeah, it gets, doesn't it, John? It gets a kind of slightly strange kind of feel to a shot when it's like that. I don't know if it's just because they're with that setup that you have to be kind of like very sort of still. You can't move around a lot, I don't think, with those kind of things. Because there's no refocusing, really. Not unless they both kind of move at the same sort of distance. But then also got like the background quality is different because it'll be more in focus in one than it is with the other. That's not how you fry an egg. Blowout might make a good watch along. Oh, if it's on YouTube, yeah, why not? John is actually very good at doing all that kind of stuff. At least in my opinion. We should probably make a horror movie together. Looks like they're about to go dig up Jim Morrison, doesn't it? Love to Cover Freaks would be a great watch along too. Yeah. I wonder if it's on YouTube actually. They've got it on a buy or rent at the very least. So that's a possibility. I went to Morrison's grave many moons for my 30th. There's that scene in Holy Motors where they go through that graveyard, and it's the graveyard that Jim Morrison, amongst many, many other very famous people, were buried. But they had a whole bunch of graves there. It was like kind of like, sponsored by type. Oh no, it wasn't. It was just like kind of like really clearly fake names. It's so this sort of play on kind of like modern fame. It's definitely Morrison, Richard. I've always wondered with like these kind of like setups, these sort of mausoleum type setups, quite how that works. You sort of imagine it must stink like hell in there, but. All right, good night, Minty. Must have turned into a pumpkin. Yeah, I know there's going to be a few people drop out by most of the way through this. It's not that much left of this now. It's about 15 minutes. Well, 20 minutes. Bye bye. Is one thing about the community we have here. So, is that there's some very talented people kind of hang around with me for this kind of thing. It's kind of weird, like, but there you go. I mean, there's a few people on the Facebook and stuff like that, who are active in filmmaking and all that kind of stuff. Still up for the crazies. Don't know if I've got quite enough beer to actually sort of make it all the way through the crazies. The thing is, yeah, you say it's slow, and yes, it is. Certainly by modern standards, but it's always doing something, isn't it, Richard? That's the thing. Yeah, it's not a film I would say is boring. I have a shifting kind of definition of the word boring. Sometimes it's kind of like what other people tend to consider, well, what I think other people consider to be boring. Especially with a modern audience, it tends to be if it's slow, if it's not kind of doing something every 5 minutes, or at least not doing something kind of extraordinary every 5 minutes. And I've always said, like in that respect, I don't mind. I don't mind a movie being boring as long as it's doing something. It says better luck next time. Argento always had style, didn't he? I know he worked with Leone on script for Once Upon a Time in the West, and Bava took him under his wing early on. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? I think with the Italian filmmakers, there is that family. There's a lot of crossover between some very, very seriously famous names. And the thing is, it's like a lot of the Italian film industry. It had so many genres that it kind of played around in, and from my point of view, at the very least, there's there should be a lot less snobbery about. I think with the Italian film industry, there was a lot less snobbery about it not necessarily being kind of arty. There's certain thing that's kind of attributed to like the French film industry, for instance, although it has its cheap and sleazy side as well. You just have to look at the French cut of 99 Women. So France had its fair share of the sleaze as well, but it was kind of looked down on a lot more than I think it was in Italy. I think there's a lot more opportunities for people to sort of build a career in the Italian film industry than probably just about anywhere else in the world, really. I don't think it was as gate kept, if you know what I mean. At least it didn't feel so much to me. He's not looking so well. If only you'd seen the things I didn't see. Great craftsman, I think. I love Bertolucci, Tango in Paris, and so on. But you can see that starred in Argento's work too. Yeah, and that's the thing. Argento, I never, early, with all this kind of stuff. To an extent with the later stuff as well, but there was always a weird kind of vibe to that later stuff. But he made no less of a film than one of the greats would make on a much more commercially acceptable product. It's not half-assed, not in the slightest. There's every ounce of love in this as there is in the finest, in quotes, of Italian cinema. Oh, you're so gonna die. But when you kind of like work with the Bertolucci's of the world and all that kind of stuff, that stuff's going to rub off, isn't it? Really. And I think it's why I had such a long-standing fascination with Italian cinema in particular. Is just the craftsmanship of it all, even in the kind of like the lower end, if you like, if you want to put it in air quotes, the lower end of it is fascinating as well. You look at your Fulcis and stuff like that, which generally speaking would be it's relatively lo-fi in many respects. Not a lot of people would class most of Fulci's stuff as being particularly classy. But look, I make a personal exception for a lot of the supernatural kind of stuff. But there's artistry and there's craftsmanship in all of that stuff. Barbara Streisand knows. First real Italian experience was Fulci, Zombie Flesh Eaters. Watched that until the tape was worn out. Yes, Zombie Flesh Eaters is just a shit ton of fun. Wonderfully ridiculous, completely bombastic. It's just and beautifully shot. Actually, funny enough. See, the thing is, a lot of cinema has changed, hasn't it, over the years, quite significantly, just in the terms of the qualities of the stuff that's even in the mainstream has it's changed so much. Getting a film with this kind of pacing these days is not something that tends to happen an awful lot. Oh, here comes the android. Yes, Craig Zala prefers Fulci to Carpenter. It's a taste kind of thing to some extent. There's Fulci has had a time as I might give him on certain things. Has made some great films. The Beyond is probably my favourite. of his. But then he also made kind of New York Ripper, which I don't like that movie in the slightest. Films that people tend to call great now generally just subpar. It's a lot of it is down to kind of like, Hollywood in general just dumbing down the audiences. Yeah, you're expected to have this popcorn kind of stuff that is just rattling keys in front of your face for a couple of hours. Fulci is by far the more subliminal, thematically complex and symbolic filmmaker. It can be, I guess. Not trying to downplay your opinion there. He can be, but some of the time but when it comes to films like The Beyond, the supernatural, City of the Dead, and all that kind of City of the Living Dead and all that kind of stuff. They tend to be more sort of not so much complex, but more kind of films that are psychologically based. So it's a film sort of kind of centered in its visuals and its sound and its narrative, more on a mindset than it is necessarily a narrative, which is perfectly legitimate as a kind of filmmaking technique. Carpenter, I mean, he tends to be more straight down the line. He's very much more to the point. You can dig into some of his films. By all means, you can absolutely do that, and there's some really kind of cool and intelligent sort of stuff going on there in a film that sort of presents itself as being much more of a, well, it can present itself as being more popcorny, but there's more stuff going on, if you know what I mean. It's much more populist kind of thing. But Fulci did his brain dead sort of stuff as well. It's Zombie Flesh Eaters, for as fun as it is a pretty crass film for the most part, but enjoyably so. And New York Ripper is not a particularly smart movie. It's not even a big surprise at the end of it. It's like a sort of giallo-esque gore porn, really. And you can sort of understand to some extent why the BBFC had a real problem, kind of like going, I don't think we can defend this. So take your film, get out of the country before the police come after you. Which is, an overreaction by no small measure. But, yeah. You're a Carpenter guy yourself. Fulci's wonderful, don't get me wrong, I love him. But Assault on Precinct 13, for me, is perfect. That is an amazing film. I love Assault on Precinct 13. Probably my favourite Carpenter film in terms of the atmosphere. But it's a great example of a film, like Kieran was kind of mentioning earlier about filmmaking and stuff like that. Assault on Precinct 13 is a great example of how to do a lot with very, very little. Incredibly tense story with very, very few sets and very few special effects. And, just a really tight story. It's just a film that just is a perfect example of getting the most out of a very economic position. And even with meagre resources, you can make assault on Precinct 13 if you want to, or something similar. Is it just me, or does Argento like a lot of that kind of, at points in films, just going outside the building and exploring the bits that you wouldn't normally go on? Seems to happen a few times in his movies. So on Precinct 13 is a perfect film. Did Fulci do... Yes, he did, yes. Don't Torture a Duckling is often considered to be one of his best giallos, which is... Yeah, I don't think it's the greatest giallo by any means, but it is a damn good film. Quite disturbing as well. But Fulci's rarely been a subtle filmmaker. Because even, the ones that I kind of consider to be his greats, like particularly like The Beyond, it's not a particularly subtle film. But there's things it does, which is because it's the whole sort of nightmare aesthetic sort of thing going on. Things aren't quite what they seem, and Fulci was always really, really good at that kind of aspect of filmmaking. And I think that sort of came over in Don't Torture a Duckling quite well. But when he does it in a full-on kind of like mind's eye of the protagonist kind of thing, it works quite well. That would be a very, very strange claim there, Captain. I love that film. Guessed the end straight away, but the build it was yeah. It's not a particularly surprising film, but it does it quite nicely. But it's weird aspects of that film. The whole kind of violence against children kind of aspect of it is there's something there which really gets under the skin. Something like not the obvious of it's an uncomfortable thing, but it's as much to do with kind of the sort of psychological aspect of why this stuff is being seen. What is it saying? To be honest, I do watch City of the Living Dead once or twice a year. Yeah, yeah. Like I say, as harsh as I can be sometimes about Fulci, there is something about him which is quite captivating. Oh, oh. Oh my God! You felt that, didn't you? That was wow. There you go. That was good. I enjoyed that. It was. I'm quite glad we made the switch now. Um, oh, that's visceral. That bit just slipping down the rope. Ooh, wow. Seeing his glass death, Sir Argentus 40. Yeah, yeah, you know, I was literally just about to say that's the one thing that's been missing from this is the kind of broken glass thing. Because Argento's does really kind of that. It's another one of those textural kind of things. Giallo is generally about kind of what the signifies in it are kind of black gloves and knives and particularly with Argento broken glass. It's a visceral kind of everybody knows what it's like to cut yourself on glass. It's quite it has an almost primordial kind of effect on your brain. To take these things off. There we go. But yeah, that was kind of cool. That one. Some films you really can't remake. No, you're quite right. Quite right. Some films shouldn't be remade just because there's no need to. Some films kind of work. With having looked at Invasion of the Body Snatchers and all that kind of stuff, the various remakes have things to offer. Maybe not so much the fourth one, but that was a kind of a confluence of very, very bad things, sort of with studio interference and all that kind of stuff as well. But yeah, two great suggestions tonight. I'm glad you enjoyed them. It's been an interesting one. Two very different films. I'm kind of glad to watch Midnight again. It's been a while. Okay. Such a great filmmaker, and that was only his second movie. Incredible stuff. Yeah. Maybe we should watch The Bird with Crystal Plumage at some point. And if John's up for it, we'll get John back on to bullshit away with me. Because that's always kind of fun. So who's up for City of the Living Dead now? This has been a long stream, actually. No, not in a bad way, but it has because of two reasonably long films. But I would almost go for it, but quite frankly, my eyes are getting very, very tired. So I think we're going to call it an evening in just a couple of minutes. That would be probably a good thing to do. So I can actually sort of wake up at a reasonable time on my day off. But yeah. I mean, when it comes to like kind of on the Ramblaholics on Facebook and all that kind of stuff, maybe we should have a discussion and maybe about if we do a Fulci night or something like that, an Argento night. We'll figure out some good watch-alongs to do as we go along. Hope you have a chill day tomorrow and a good week ahead. Okay, good night, Adam. Thank you for joining. Midnight is a great movie, one of the great Pittsburgh movies in your opinion. Loved seeing it again. I figured you would like it, you in particular. So, yeah, you know what, let's call it an evening. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your patience of actually kind of hanging around for such a long time, because I know these ones always have a tendency to potentially lose people as we go along, because it gets late, and it is late. It's nearly midnight, and I will soon be all alone, and it's midnight. There you go, John. There's the reference. But for now, take care, folks. I don't know if I'm going to be doing one next week. Maybe it might be quite good for me to do one next week, because then I'm going to be in court for 2 weeks, potentially. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be much up for that one at those times. So, but we'll figure that out. Check it out on Rambleholics. Any suggestions on the Rambleholics is a good place to do that. But for now, I say enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy the rest of your evening, however long you choose to stay up. And I will see you on the next stream. Take care, folks.